Son of a bitch!
Fucker!
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I never will.
Boo this man! Boo this man!
Okay. All right. Pickles, you're booing me right off the bat? What the heck? Okay, green bastard. Hi, Maddie. Hi, Pickles.
And I run so far away.
Konnichiwa, Omizu. Hola. You green bastard. That Leaf game seemed fun. Hi, Catherine. That Leaf game seemed kind of fun, but I think I get bored of it in like 2 hours. I never played the Power Wash Simulator. Ooh, Amanda got the first. And you get a point. And you get a point. All right, everybody. What 4 colors am I using for my palette today? Oh, you did the whole thing in over an hour and a half? Yeah, that makes sense then. If anyone can guess the 4 colors that I'm going to use for the palette before I reveal them, I'll give you 2 points. Oh my god, Pickles! My points! The economy! My points! How many points do I have left? I'm concerned. I'm concerned about my points. Nope, I need actual pigment names, green bastard. Okay, alright. I still have a decent amount of points left. Okay. Good. Good. Phthalo blue, yellow ochre, burnt sienna, and virgin. God, is that way off. You didn't get a single color right. You didn't even get a single color right. Shame. Shame. And sometimes your best isn't good enough. Kim Aqua, no magenta. Lead white. I said 4 colors. 4 colors, Amanda. Nope, it's 4 colors. Lead white, pyrrole red, burnt umber, and ultra blue. Pickles, you have 1 correct. You have 1 correct. Ah. We'll give a few minutes before I reveal thine answer. For anyone curious, that's what we got set up today. That's what we got set up today. I'm seeing it at a little bit more upward angle than you. And yours is a little bit more overexposed, I would say, from this camera. Lead wallpaper, burnt nipple, brown ochre, and horchata white. That's 0 correct, green bag. Pyrrole red, lamp black, bismuth yellow, tit white. Pickles, you are absolutely correct. That was the palette I was gonna go with. Pyrrole red, lamp black, bismuth lemon yellow, and titty white. I don't have vermilion, unfortunately. I have no interest in vermilion. It's not a scam. Pickles actually got it right, yeah. You get 2 points. That's the palette we're going with today, everybody. Yeah. No joke, that's the palette I had in my head. Because I did this palette before, instead of Pyrrole Red, I used Magenta. Felt a little bit weaker than I wanted it to. So, revisiting it with the Pyrrole Red. Because this would be, if I had to recommend an Apelles palette, which what this is, it's the Born palette, no. Magenta. If I had to recommend an Apelles palette to somebody, this would probably be it. I think by the Apelles formula that this is, it's either this or Magenta for the red, gives you the single widest range of colors while being most true to the white, yellow, red, black. So I expect this to be much better than a goddamn Zorn Palette, because Zorn Palette sucks. A velvet shirt? No. I'm not wearing a velvet shirt. Just a velvet jock strap that I wear every day. You suck. What was I looking for? There, that is, and then we just need titanium white. Son of a bitch! Salt. Okay. God, pretty soon I'm gonna have to do a couple days of paint making. I'm running low on a few colors. I gotta make titanium white, lemon, yellow, probably a batch of burnt umber. Getting close. But it's like a full day's work for one color, so. Do you, Maddie? I mean, I could do test colors the OG way, or colors that I like. I don't know, what colors could I guess whenever I'm testing colors, I could do that. What colors would I might test? Well, I'm considering making chromium oxide green. I'm a poser, green bag. Yeah. Well, I'll say this, Maddie. If I need to make watercolors again, I still do those with the butt plug. So those would still be on stream, or I'd still do them on stream for watercolor making. But for oil paints, I need to make them in larger batches. I'm not just making them for myself anymore. So. Yeah, people don't buy enough badly made watercolors. I mean, frankly, with the current inflation, they're a pretty damn good deal. All right. Is there a hole in this? What the fuck? Oh. Or is that just paint? Please let that not be a hole. God damn it, there is a hole in this shit. God damn it. I wonder if duct tape would be good enough. It is a candle. I'm not going to burn it for this. Maybe at one point I'll burn it, but I don't know if I can get a replacement for that. So I originally just bought it for the aesthetic of it. Okay. All right, everybody. Well, that red just not coming off. Hi, Todd. But yeah, I got that smiley face at a thrift shop, a Wings resale thrift shop in the Chicagoland area. Well, I'd say at some point, Catherine, I'm not really like opposed to like using my props as a resource, but I haven't done a painting with that thing yet, and I think there's some good opportunities to throw that thing in the background. But I also could probably paper mache one. That might just work better. So, and like, yeah, if I could melt it in a good way, because it's if it's coming from the top, I don't know how good of a melt. Maybe if I get through the eyes. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. That's part of the thing, right? I kind of have to risk ruining it, right? So might as well get a few like paintings with it in. It's the first time I've used that one. I've had it for a while, so I should probably rotate this if this is where I'm sitting. Hold on, I gotta rotate my setup. That's a better view, I think. Yeah, I think I like that better. This might be better as a horizontal painting. I haven't done, yeah, we're gonna do this landscape style. Hi, Strez. Fuck. Hi, Snark. Okay. Okay. All right. Switched it up. Evening. Okay. All right. So we're doing a limited palette today. Doing a limited palette today. All right. The palette is, Pickles guessed it, titanium white, bismuth, vanadate lemon yellow, pyrrole red, lamp black. All right, so why did I use this? So this is what's called an Apelles palette, or Apelles palette. I don't know what the proper pronunciation is. Based from a Greek, I believe it was a Greek painter who just used a white, yellow, red, black for his paintings. Blah, blah, blah. He received some fame for it. the Zorn palette is an Apelles palette. Zorn palette is fucking miserable. Awful palette. He's amazing. I'm not as good as him with it. It's very difficult to use. It's not good to learn on. I'm not miserable, you're miserable. So what this palette does, instead of yellow ochre, we use lemon yellow. Gives us brighter yellow, a brighter value. Still opaque, more saturated yellow, can give us better orange and greens with this palette. Okay. Just a complete improvement over yellow ochre. Titanium white. In a 4-color palette, titanium white is basically, as a color, universally better than lead white. It's also fully opaque. Titanium white mixes like a blue, where lead white mixes like an orange. It's the problem with the Zorn palette is every color is warm. Ivory black leans brown, leans orange. Lead white leans orange, and then you had a yellow and a red. Every fucking color was orange. Or red. Well, even the red leaned orange. So yeah, it's a extremely tough palette to work with. So titanium white mixes like a blue, and it's opaque. Works better almost universally in any 4-color palette. We have Pyrrole red. Instead of using a vermilion like an orangey red, we get to lean more into just a neutral red, which will subtly help our purples that we get with the ivory black, which leans blue. So we can actually make an okay blue, considering we don't have a blue in our palette, right? So if I had to paint with an Apelles palette, it would be somewhere approximating this. The red could be switched out for quinacridone magenta, which would sacrifice saturated reds and oranges a slight amount, but give us actually good purples. Okay? That's the trade-off. But considering purples are kind of like, when you're painting from life, are some of the kind of rarest colors you see in any serious saturation, it's not like a big deal. Oh, nice, Todd. All right, let's get our colors out. Any questions? Good, absolutely no questions. You all right? Why is chat so cute today? They're just not, Snark. They're not. They're not cute. They're evil. They're sons of bitches. Except for a few. Except for a few. Like pickles. Jan, you son of a bitch. Okay, Snark. Bitch, I'm adorable. Oh, fuck you, Jan. How have you been? I actually mentioned you last stream because I felt like I hadn't seen you in a bit. Too bad you can't, Maddie. Goddamn right I am, Jan. Reported. You wouldn't. Ooh. Ooh, there's some separate... I would not expect that. Interesting. I would not expect lamp black to separate. I just put out too much, too. I would not have expected that. Right. I do need some more oleo gel. I'm running low. Does it? You know, that black is probably not very toxic, but boy, would it taste bad. Don't eat the paint. Okay. I'm mixing an impasto medium, which is just filler, essentially, because that red is exceptionally strong. So I could use less of the paint and add some filler and get very similar, if not the same results. So it's just basically a mixture of chalk and glass and oil. And then I mix some additional oleo gel in it because the impasto medium's a little thick and the paint's a little thick. Okay. All right. We ready to begin? Exactly, Jan. Do you see how that makes sense, though? Can Jan understand this? Listen to me, Jan, you son of a bitch. Why would I have a problem with paint companies adding fillers? Why might I have an issue with that? I will not. You're besmirching me and my integrity. It's more than that. It's part of the reason why I hate the establishment. Cuck lord. I do the cucking. I'm the one who cucks. Exactly. If we knew exactly what fillers they were using, because usually, you know what the funny thing is, Jan, is I'm using better fillers than they generally use too. They use chalk. I bet you very few of them use silica, but a lot of them just use wax and resin, which makes the paint a lot weaker and could affect the paint layer. And then they just don't tell us. With me and my impasto medium, if you get it, you know exactly what's in there. And silica is good for the paint layer. Well, it's you know, it's not even about getting what you're paying for. It's just knowing exactly what I'm paying for, right? Captain Filler. Because there's only one paint I add filler to, and that's Phthalo Blue, and we all know why. Because Phthalo Blue is the strongest demon sent from hell. Great color, but just obscenely, almost like unusably strong. Okay. Shall we begin? So, who wants to see the blue we can make? Oh, I should mix this up a little bit too. So this is lamp black, everybody. It's very opaque, extremely light fast. A pretty good pigment. It has one really annoying thing about it, though. It has one really annoying thing about it. What's the most annoying thing about lamp black? Look at that blue, everybody. Oh my god. Good blue. It takes forever to dry, correct. It has the longest drying time that I am aware of any pigment. Hi, Mud. However, it has some of the best yield because it requires so much oil to make the paint. Ahoy, ahoy. All right. What do we want to do with this? Oh, I gotta get oil. How many tries? How many tries to open up the oil? Remember, I'm a strong, a very manly Muppet and a very toxically strong man. How many tries to open it? If you get it right, you get an oily point. Infinity +1. 31. I'm a strong man. One from Omizu, one from Catherine. Remember, you get some of the most valuable currency in the world. Oh, I thought of something I could do for an oily point redeem, everybody. I thought of 2 new things for oily point redeems. All right, does everybody have their guesses in? I'll reveal the new redeems that will be coming soon. Or you can just redeem them now. If you don't care about the price. Nope, needs to be an integer. Wit XXX. Needs to be an integer. Absolutely not, Salt. Because you fuckers would actually redeem that for lead. Alright, 2 from Wit. Alright. I got my Super Nintendo Power Grip. 1, 2, 3, sneak attack! Oh, I barely got that. Oh, the ones have it. The ones have it. I barely got that. I was slipping for a second. But then I manned up. Ones have it. Arts and Crafts. Mizu got it too. Hi, Laura. Well, we're doing a limited palette, Laura. And we got her set up over here. We got our setup right here. God, is that overexposed to me? Thank you, Salt. Yeah, that is. That is. All right. Okay, so what does everybody think about this for new Oily Point redeems? Okay. First one, you could force me to do a painting with only one brush the entire time. And I'll give you like a set, maybe I'll like work out a set of 3 different brushes. And you could pick the one. All right. The other one is I have to do an entire painting with fan brushes. With fan brushes. No, not a toothbrush. What do we all think about that? Too easy, Amizu? What's too easy about the fan brushes? Fan brushes suck. I notoriously hate them. I famously hate them. I hate them almost as much as I hate Maddie. I have to do an entire painting with one single brush that you will have some input on. That would be oddly difficult.
Son of a bitch!
I don't even own a liner brush, Wit, so I don't think I'd ever use a liner brush. Yeah, I'm not a fan of fan brushes, Laura. Oh my god! Yeah, we need more options in there, Salt. People don't really engage with the spending of oily points, and that's not a problem with them. That's a problem with the choices. Only use a sponge? Nah, I don't want to do like, yeah, what I'm proposing is gimmicky, but there's a line to the gimmick as far as that, right? I still don't want to detract from my ability to paint over a certain amount. Only use your nose, yeah. You're not seeing my face until I get paid. Finger paint? No, out of principle, I can't do finger painting. I was considering something like that, Salt, where, but you, like, you know, you could make me do a limited color palette, but then it was like, yeah, limiting one, but then I'd have to put, the only issue with that, Salt, is I can't have them remove, like, white colors. And I can't have them remove, like, I don't know. There's, like, I can't have them remove the yellow, for example. Well, it's like, all right, I'll say this. I could, but then I'd find myself being like, that scenario would really ruin it for me, right? Oh, yeah, I haven't, that should be on there already. That is true, Salt. It would just make it, it would take me out of it more so than I would like it to. You should, Jan. Yeah, so we'll add a pastel stream. Redeem. I think we'll add the brushes, but I'm taking suggestions for any additional things you want to spend oily points on, because I need to work down my oily point debt. Okay. Well, thank you, Snark. Muppet. Then I'm a very manly Muppet. I think that's TOS Pickles. I can't say send me your feet pics. I don't think I could say send me your feet pics if you want me to paint them. Number 10 round, smaller flat brush, 3 gray color palettes, protect. Do I want that higher? No, it probably needs to be around there. Oh, come on! I know you love feet, Pickles, but, I mean, I know you all, a vast majority of you do want me to get banned, and that's understandable.
Fucker.
Oh, come on! A small round. I have like some smaller ones, Omizu. Some smaller flats. Like I have a number 2. I don't think I'd ever go lower than that. Am I a Muppet? And I'm a very manly Muppet. Is that the size I want to go with? Don't stop me now, 'cause we're having a good time, having a good time. Oh, I was just seeing that all wrong, huh?
Mofono and I have been working together for fucking ever. Yo! Fucking nice lady. Cheers, mate. Fucking brilliant. Thank you so much.
What the
Nice
fuck is
lady.
that noise?
I was checking out your stream today. I really like your artwork. And I popped in right at the perfect time where someone said you inspired them to draw more. And,
Is that noise coming from me?
better at their
Yeah.
craft because of your streams. What a beautiful feeling, right? My name is the Gaslamp Killer. We're live from Los Angeles. This is the Wizards.
Is the sound still happening? Okay. I had a stream open that I didn't close and they rated out, it seems like, and then that turned on the volume for it. Who'd I have on?
Shame!
Don't shame me! Uh-uh. Okay, so I'm focusing on the dark shadow, or the darker spots. That's probably too... I'm focusing on the dark areas and shapes, everybody. Shapes! And I'm trying to be... I've had a higher focus on making this more deliberate than what I have done in the past. This is not the miserable palette. This is a much better than the Zorn palette, Hanser. But the Zorn palette is a fucking part of the misery business, yo. That's probably too close. Am I up there? Yeah, so the it's titanium white, bismuth vanadate yellow, lemon, pyrrole red, and lamp black. So all four colors are different. All four colors are different. True Zorn is lead white, yellow ochre, vermilion, which is more like a pyrrole scarlet, cad red light, right? An orangey red. And then ivory black / bone black. But this palette allows me to hit greens a lot better. This palette allows me to hit greens a lot better, even purples better, and blues better, while sacrificing literally nothing. While literally sacrificing nothing. There's nothing that the Zorn palette can hit, except for, I would say, certain bright reds. Certain bright reds. Hi, Akka. Ooh, that sounds nice, Crochet. You just need a scone. You need a strawberry and chocolate scone. That's too dark, I think. That sounds delightful right now. That sounds delightful. God, I actually think I want that to be a little bit brighter. Make up your mind, man. Something like that. Let's try that. This might be a little bit too small of some shapes. To start off with. My home now, still dealing with my legs. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're recovering. That's just residual. That is residual. The greens and blues I put on him in the past, I've been... Because I literally soaked that skull in isopropyl alcohol, Maddie, and scrubbed it down, and it did a little difference to him. What are the shapes? You're seeing the... There's a shape. There's a shape. There's a shape. There's one. There's another. Here's one. There's one. There are shapes all over this guy. I am lousy with shapes. Lousy with them. Well, that's great. I mean, that's progress. That's how you get better. That's how you get better. Full counts. So this might... I'm worried that this is going to be too bright here. But we'll be able to make it darker. Well, that's good. I think he'll be there sooner than you think. Yep. Yeah. It's part of recover. It's part of the recovery. Right there, I think. Well, just keep it up. Just keep it up and get better. Well, I think we can already see the skull, so I don't think this is that bad right now. Hospitals are tough. I am. Can you see the skull in this? Or no? Maybe a little bit lower. think that needs to go higher. You see a giraffe? Well, I see a fucker. No, it's a Danny DeVita. It's a Danny DeVita, Amanda. Good. So one thing I'm also trying to do here is I am actively trying to stay a little bit more desaturated on these initial see that? This needs to be lower. This needs to be like here. I think. Or this came down too low. Maybe it is higher. We'll fill that in later. What does this painting mean? It symbolizes how everybody is watching you at all times, Penman. No matter what you're doing or how boring or nothing it is, everyone is watching you at all times. There's cameras everywhere. I'm doing the smile face, yeah. We're doing the smile face. Which I'll do right now. Probably still. Yeah, exactly, right? If you have, it's good to explore your options, see what you can do. Working sucks in general. And unfortunately, we have to make money. Yeah, I get that. Have you ever had Truman Show syndrome? I have not. I really have not. It's a lot more, Hanser. You get better oranges. Better yellows. I'm keeping the strength of the red the same, increasing the strength of yellows, blues, greens, purples, and lower reds. The only thing we'd probably sacrifice is brighter reds from the lead white with like just straight red. That's about it. Oh, that's good. That's better than a hospital, in my opinion. I've seen rehab. I've never stayed at a rehab, but I've been, you know, been to one. Well, that's good. Probably should have just done this one on a fucking canvas.
Wow,
On like a...
wow.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the prime. I don't think I should have done this one on a sheet, but since it was a limited palette, but now that I'm like kind of thinking about it. All right, a 3-bagger. And everybody, so tomorrow I am driving back home to pick up a spotlight attachment from my brother. So pervert painting should be coming up soon. Trump is nationalizing painting. Yep. You heard it here first. You heard it here first, everybody. Trump, Freudian, is nationalizing painting. Okay? He's doing it, everybody. What does that mean for all of us? That means that they have to pre-approve everything that we're painting, and they're going to send somebody to monitor the painting while we're doing it, okay? And that includes also pottery mud. That also accounts for pottery and ceramics. Okay? And that's starting immediately. Okay? No, unfortunately, it's mandatory. It's federal law, not mud. No, they don't give feedback. They just say whether they'll allow you to release it or not. Or if you're even allowed to create it. Let's start the Art Underground. True. Well, what's the right word? Oh, God. Hold on. They have a term that they said that they mentioned in the executive order. Hold on. Oh, they said degenerate art is no longer allowed. That's the exact word they used in the executive order. They said degenerate art is no longer allowed. They said no more. No more degenerate art. No, it's not real, Penman. I'm making a reference to what Hitler did. I'm making a reference to what Hitler did. For any of you who don't know, Hitler had strong opinions. How did I get a hype train? Where did that start? The fuck's going on here? From just a Prime sub? Woo! A hype train! For me, it does. Woo! Woo! Yeah! What a train. Thank you. Well, it depends on how many subs you get, Maddie. So it's like they do like custom ones where it's like based on how many subs you like normally get. So, oh my God, Amanda, thank you.
Toot.
Thank you, Mud. Oh my God, we're almost at level 2. Oh my God. Thank you, Amanda, again. Oh my God, Catherine. Thank you for the bits. Oh yeah, getting... Okay. I'll dehydrate. So yeah, oh yeah. So Hitler, by the way... Oh! Oh my God! Oh Jesus, make it stop! Oh, is that it? Amanda? Oh my God, Maddie. You goddamn son of a bitch. I'm not a nerd. So... Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, Akam. So Hitler, though, because he, you know, Hitler, unfortunately, Hitler liked impressionistic art. Well, it's fortunate and unfortunate. It's unfortunate that I have something in common with that son of a bitch. And he really did not like a lot of early modern art. So he actually rounded up what he considered to be degenerate art and destroyed it. So the reason why our museums don't even have a lot of art from a lot of periods of times is because he destroyed it. Hi, Carlos. Because that son of a bitch destroyed it. So there you go, everybody. Oh, we hit level 2? Oh my God. Oh my God, 1 bit from Pickles. Oh my God, that's gonna get us over the hill, everybody. Thank you for the bit. 2 bits. Pickles is. Well, thank you, Pickles. I might have made this too large. But thank you for the bits, everybody. And for the gift sub and the Prime sub. I assure you, I'll only use your donations for evil and evil purposes. Okay? So just know that your money is going to a great cause. A wonderful cause that is very alpha male and masculine. Okay? As we all know, as I've been looks maxing, I've gotten really into the alpha male lifestyle, okay? I'm only eating raw liver and raw milk, okay? That's all I've eaten for the last 10 days now. Nope. You are all now part of the alpha male pack of lone wolves. All right? By watching my stream, you are now a lone wolf. You're part of the pack of lone wolf alpha males. Good, Crochet. Good. All right. Yeah. We're a pack of lone wolf alpha males. Okay. Oh my God, Hanser. A pack of lone wolves don't do that to each other. Yep, wolves are great to each other. Us lone wolf. Pack of lone wolves. What'd we get? The fuck is this? There. Thank you for the bits and subs, everybody. We're operating in the world where everyone's against us, Mud, because they just can't handle how strong and powerful and alpha we are and how much better looking we are, okay? How much better looking we are than them, okay? Yeah, we're red-pilled. We are red-pilled, Mud. All right? We're a super saturated red pill community here. Where did the sound go? Sound's still working for everybody else, I think, right? Shut up, Maddie. Good. Another one for our alpha, our pack of lone wolf alpha males. Pipe custodian. Another one has joined the pack, everybody. As we go for our revolution against the woke mind virus. All right. You absolutely do, Pipe Custodian. All right, we're going after the woke mind virus. Obviously, everybody. That's why you're all here. That's why Pipe Custodian is here. Obviously. That's why Mud is a moderator in this channel. And Maddie. Check to see if you hit a weird mute button on your. Oh wait, she can't hear me. It might be a keyboard thing. All right, can you all see the skull yet? Can you all see the skull yet? I'm blind. Still see a draft. We all can, Pipe Custodian. I'm already wolf. Called Wesley's wolf because I belong to. Oh, that's nice. But now you're a part of the pack of lone wolf alpha males. A pack of us. No, I don't. I'm pretty sure, Amanda. All I want something. I'm sending a message. I gotta send a message in Discord. I'm sending an alpha wolf or alpha male message in Discord. Hi, Sashi. Whoosha, whoosha. Oh my god. Who else is messaging me? Okay, that. Okay, good. Strange Addiction, there's an episode where a woman was drinking paint. Interesting. The vision that always sticks in my head from those like commercials, Sashi, was a woman who was eating foam. Also, there's a woman who was eating plastic bags, I think, in that. Yeah, it was the mattress foam specifically. That was an old commercial, and I think it was plastic bags that you get at like the grocery store. Someone was eating them. I can't watch shows like that. Does everyone remember, what was the one about drug addiction again? Intervention? Was it called Intervention? I think there was a plastic bags one. Sulfur burps like eggs? In my bed. Is Pika the, like, the holes in your skin and shit mud? Is that what Pika is? Is that, like, really fucked up thing that, like, is awful to look at? Don't look it up. Or is Pika something else? Oh, that's just what... Okay, eating non-food items? Okay. Interesting. Oh, hi, Yambari. Oh, you're back at home? Awesome. Good to hear, Yambari. Good, good, good. Oh, that stinks. Is that because of weather and stuff? Am I a Muppet? Welcome back, Sashi. Uh-oh. That's not good. Hi, Blue. I'm Jamboree Dabba D. Terrible ice storm last weekend. 11. Yeah. Muppet. Be a very manly Muppet. That sounds annoying, Yambari. So, by me, it's still really cold, but it was like 20 degrees out and it felt nice. But it's supposed to get to like 40 degrees in the next couple days. I believe refreezes are like super dangerous for like infrastructure stuff. It's like 25. But it's been 0 for like a week and a half. Oh yeah, the rain would help a lot. Does it snow much in Portland, Sashi? Not often, yeah, because the ocean, right? You guys are close enough to the ocean. Okay. All right, do we see the skull yet? Do we see the skull yet, everybody? Are we seeing it yet? Maybe? Okay. All right. You see the vision? Okay, all right. It's invisible? Okay. Let's make a good green. Who wants to see the good green we can make here? Look at that, a green. Or dark yellow. Wow! An actual green. From an Apelles palette. That's amazing! What the heck? Oh, good. Good. Am I a Muppet? 'Cause I'm a Muppet. 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 'Cause I'm a So by the way, I also re-listened to some of my previous streams, and my sound quality did improve. So you're welcome, everybody. You're welcome, everybody. Goddamn right, Sashi. And I wish I would have done this sooner, because I do think it actually affects people staying in my channel. At least it will.
Get your hand off my penis!
It wasn't my hand. It wasn't my hand, Pickles. That's because I project, Maddie. I project when I speak. Yeah, I think it does. Good. So that's what I'm going for, Sashi. I have to keep people on their toes, okay? I have to keep people on their toes. Maximum terror, exactly. If you're watching me, I want you to be on your toes and terrified. No, it's not Yambari. I'm gonna just keep it as is. It did. Yeah, it definitely did. Let's do this. Let's get this out right now. No, you shouldn't. You should watch my. You should only watch my stream with speakers. Okay, it adds to the experience. You should only watch my stream on max volume with speakers. Exactly. I will not be censored. I will not be censored. Wish you were. Too bad. Waiting for someone to happen into the sarcastic right-wing shit, but I truly believe it. I'm kind of waiting. Mud. See, I'm pushing the boundaries. Rage bait. Exactly, Sean. This is rage bait. I think I make it pretty obvious, Mud. I think I do, or I go back on... I think you usually do. Well, as a, alpha male, as a leader of the alpha male pack of lone wolves, I mean, you all be prepared for it, because I'm not backing down. I'm going to make fun of that person. If that ever happens now, I am going to viciously make fun of that person. I'm going to be downright mean. Unrepentantly, everybody. So just be prepared for that. I am not going to be a kind person then. I'm done. Hey, Sean, though, Sean, if you're there, I looked into acrylic stuff more. I did look into acrylic stuff more. Yeah. I think, like, I'll say our community is very nice and, in general, but I'm a person who's just had it. So, like, you might disagree with my future tactics, but the fact of the matter is, I am just done being civil. So, if it makes you uncomfortable in the future, I apologize. But so, Sean, all right, here's the rundown on acrylics. All right, biggest issues, possible delamination. And then the other one that came up, Sean, was that it absorbs a lot of dust and grit from the surroundings because it has a like the surface is tackier. Yeah, it's true, Pickles. So, like, and there are scenarios it can crack. There are scenarios it can crack, but it's very, very rare. Interesting. Yeah, we were talking about the archivability of acrylics, and so they hold up better than I expected them to, straight up. Like, we're talking about chemical bonds. It just has different the other major one, Sean, because of the dirt absorption or like stuff like ambient environmental absorption of dust and stuff, it's much harder to clean. It's much harder to clean with conservation. It doesn't have the yellowing. It doesn't have the cracking. But varnishing is even more important in that context. I would have to see the numbers on the delamination risk to truly. So I will retract that. I'll say oils are definitively better archivally. I think they edge them out, but they're not as bad as I originally thought. So there you go. Well, so they talked about, Drez, is that the variations of acrylics, if it's not pure, the two main kinds apparently, but it can run into other issues with archival stuff. But But this was in the context of 100% pure like acrylic binder, right? There was also some things with like adding mediums that fucked with it too, though. So I would also recommend, from what I read, is be careful with your medium usage if you're using acrylics. It did, Omizu. But I am not... I hate using acrylics, so you'll never see... I don't expect myself to ever have a shift unless I hear, like, you know, something extraordinary about oils, but that would be shocking with their history. I say I'm wrong all the time. Why does nobody think I never say that I'm wrong? Why is this? Just because I've never been wrong. My ego is not that large. The same as they do in modern times, Pickles. I think that the attitudes and usage of paints would be very similar throughout the entirety existence of humanity, because I don't think like it would have been different. Now, if you just were telling me like, oh, well, if acrylics were made all of a sudden, people would probably resist them quite a bit. If you just introduce acrylics already into the Renaissance. But if it's one of those things that came about naturally, you'd have people who use them. Now the question is, the biggest question is, will acrylics last as long as oil paintings do? There's evidence to suggest that they will, and there's some evidence to suggest that they won't. There seems to be two camps of people who are very anti-acrylics in that context. That did come across in the stuff I was reading. Oh, have a good one, Deanna. Rest well, all right? Get better. All right. God. I burned through a lot of paint on this. All right, how are we feeling about this? How are we feeling about this? You see this? You hear about this? How are we feeling about this? The highlights aren't in. The highlights aren't in. You can think, you're free to think that. I disagree. I think you would honestly disagree with yourself. That came out too far. The jaw probably needs to come out farther. So the photo is a little bit different, Amanda. Here, I'll try and get you. So I'm looking more like that. Somewhere closer to that. But I think my jaw is a little bit short. Like this way. That cheekbone needs to come in a little bit. Thank you, Snark. I have never told a lie in my life. A red-pilled lone wolf, leader of the pack, does not ever lie. God, there's some green down there. I just spread it around that shit. It's like right there. A bit much. Yeah, I could see that coming down a little bit. Something like that. There's this cheekbone sticking out that I'm a little unsure about. Remember, backseat painting is welcome here. Backseat painting is welcome here. Unless your name is Greenbag. And Maddie. Thank you for that, Maddie. I will keep that in mind for my break. Okay. Maybe the nose needs to be a little bit higher too. Why is there a stick on your brush? I guess you're not painting this. Must be a robot. Yeah, no, this stream is fully powered by AI. Okay? AI is currently moving this brush around. I'm just pretending to paint. Okay? That's what an alpha wolf does. All right. I've never hidden it, Quotenshoff. Yeah, I'm the red-pilled alpha male lone wolf, and I'm a leader of a pack of the lone wolf, red-pilled lone wolves that watch me. I'm teaching you all how to be alpha males. Exactly, Yambri. That's exactly what I'm doing. All right. How else am I going to get you all to become the alpha males that you need to be? No, this is Tate 5.0. We're going to be 5 times what Tate was. So you all need to repost clips and join my MLM. But you're going to have to repost clips from all my streams when I talk about horrendous sexist shit and evil shit. Let's talk. I'm switching over. God damn it. We're going on to the thick paint now. I need to put out more paint. Thick. Right. But as alpha males, we don't like thick. We like emaciated with fake boobs. All right, that's what we like, everybody. As alpha males, we love emaciated and fake boobs. Don't forget, yep, and lip filler, yep. All right, did everybody get their physical red pills in the mail for the ritual? You like what you like, Quote and Shuff. You could like them, you could dislike them, who cares? Oh, hitting the mic. Did everybody get their symbolic red pills in the mail? They were sent from Russia. But that's just where I bought them from. Because during the break, we all got to take our symbolic red pills. You weren't supposed to already eat it. God damn it. We were doing the ceremony during our 5 S's. Okay. Should we take a break now? Probably should. All right, everybody, go grab your red pills. You are truly a part of this pack of lone wolves, pickles. You truly are. All right. All right. So during this break, everybody take your red pills. All right. You must take your red pills that were sent in the mail. Okay. Okay. Hi, Kaylan. You got here just in time for a break. Okay. Well, did you get your red pill in the mail? Did you get your alpha male red pill in the mail that I sent to all my viewers? No, you did. Check it again. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. And I'm going to run ads on Twitch. Blah, 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 blah. And we'll see you in 5. Don't you criticize me. Kaylan. I cannot be criticized.
Boo this man!
No! I am the alpha male leader of this pack of lone wolves. You shall not. I've been eating nothing but raw beef liver and raw milk for 30 days now. I did. I took 10 of them. I took 10 of them, Maddie. Well, yeah, I did take a couple suppositories. Yeah, I did both. Same time. God, right when I put on my gloves, my eyes itch. Okay. I am. I already am, Maddie. This is going to raise me up even more. Like a golden god, Carlos. It's like I always am covered in mineral oil, baby oil, and glistening. Bodied oil, correct. I'm exuding more of my natural bodied oil. Yes. It really is, Carlos. Listen, I can't be stopped, everybody. All right? When you're as alpha as I am, okay? You can't be stopped. When you're as much of an alpha as I, when you're an alpha all the way. Call back. Good, Carlos, good. Now, some people see 3 minutes, some others don't. I think it depends on the area. Good job, Carlos. Good. Drive safe, Amanda. Drive safe. Drive like an alpha. Drive like the alpha you are. Remember, always drive aggressively, not defensively. Always. What is that smiley thing? It's a candle. It's a candle I got from a thrift shop that I just thought that I wanted to use, but I just haven't had a good time to use. Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
It's a painting, Richards. It's a painting done by an alpha male. By a red-pilled alpha male that can't be stopped. Is a painting made of pain? No, I don't think. None of my paintings are made with pain, Sashi. My paintings are made with illusions of grandeur. And hot pot. Tee-hee. Hey, soul sister. Okay. Oh my God. So that brush holder thing works awesome. That is awesome, I admit it. I mean, it's just duct tape, right? Duct tape and these wood dolls. I mean, Richard, it's you, like, if you see the prices, this brush, a bristle brush of this size, on a reasonable company, Rosemary & Co. is like $40. But I can get their like $8 or like $6 brush and put it on a $1 doll, and it does the same exact thing. You know, like I can't really see how it's different or what advantage like getting one that's, you know, would get me. Don't know. Oh, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, what was it? Oxford Summit 3D printed it, so that was cool. Oh wait, the thing that I showed you, what did you show me? Gotcha. Honestly, Carlos, I can't see that being worth it. So, Carlos, I've spent money on, like, better brands of brushes, and, the value, I have never felt like an expensive brush has been worth it value-wise. Never. Not once, Carlos. Not once. So what I would recommend, I like to shill for Rosemary & Co. because their prices have been incredibly reasonable. But I would suggest like just getting like a seeing what a nice medium brand does for you. Because, you know, not to like, you know, be a bitch, but I think there's a high chance you'll be disappointed in what a expensive brush does for you. They do, but have you checked Rosemary & Co., their website? Oh, that's nice, Richards. That's really nice. Yeah, give it a check. They're based out of the UK, so there is a shipping cost, but it's really reasonable because their brushes are, like, I'm using Rosemary & Co. brushes right now, and I kind of always end up going back to them because I can get like the exact sizes. They have a huge selection. And I'm like, oh, these don't cost that much. And then they seem to hold up very well. Right, Richards? When you it feels a lot easier, doesn't it? Oh my glab. Doesn't it make it feel a lot easier when it's like in closer? Like you have an infinite amount more control? Yep. I mean, that's why I always say why you do it, right, Richard? It's like you do this to always get a good grasp of what your painting looks like from far away, and that things look right relative to each other. Yep. Yeah, you have the curse, Richards. You have the curse, and I gave it to you. I can do this. I can do this. You're welcome. I mean, Richards, ever since I've gone to these long brushes, like, I just really have never felt a compelling reason to go back. As kind of odd as that sounds. Hey, soul sister. In the olden days, our studios were really long, and you put your smoke and drugs at one end and your paintings at the other. Well, it's good to step away and look at your painting from farther away. Like, literally, I'm not joking. If I could find literally just a huge rectangular or square room, and it just had a bathroom, a kitchen, I would get that because I want to be able to stand 40 feet away from my painting. See ya, Pickles. Enjoy your meal. So if anybody knows of a warehouse that would be easy to move to and is affordable, I don't even care if it has heating or AC. I'll make do. Please let me know. Preferably in Illinois or a blue state. Maybe odorous. It's 70. That's a lot, Carlos. Oh, from Rosemary & Co. I think you can draw fine sitting down. I just think you just need to be able to, you need to be able to step back from what you're looking at, you know? Rosemary and Co. Oh, I didn't know that, Richards. Like your graffiti days? Oh, that's cool. Oh, I forgot you did graffiti. Because I think it's like a good enough setup that I should have just put it on a nicer, you know, a nicer material than a canvas sheet. I don't know where my thumbtacks went. I could, but I don't like doing paintings. I don't like doing the same setup multiple times. But I might have a reason to. So I'm going to be doing at least one still life for my ma. It's part of a late Christmas gift type thing situation. And so we're working out the setup right now, and I told her if she wanted that I would do it on a smaller canvas than the one, you know. Ma! Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just something I have personally avoided doing, Omizu. So right now it's kind of cute. She's just kind of like she's figuring out things she wants to put in there. She's very particular. So she's like setting stuff up and sending me pictures, and we're just kind of working out. Like I'll even show you the pictures. But so I might do a smaller version of it to see how she likes it before we commit to the larger one. So like kind of like this is what she's thinking. I think it's a little bit too busy. I think it's a little bit too busy at the moment. But yeah. Yeah, it's definitely too rounded now. But is that... Nope, fuck. Mix your paints. Maybe a little bit bigger. Thank you, Amizu. I'm really actually focusing on... doing a little bit more focusing on colors and contrast a little bit more than usual. I did too, Sean. Thank you, Mizu. I think I like this composition too. I was like, do I just do another skull? And I'm like, I kind of want to add something to it, so I did. Can you take me? You know, portraits has its time and place, right? It's just different, right? I just think like as you know, I prioritize painting from life over anything else. I strongly believe that this will make me the best painter in the time frame that I want it to. And you know, I gotta practice. I gotta do it. Gotta practice what I preach. Have you considered lighting the candle? No, not in this one. Not in this one. I want to use this candle again in the future. Well, Sean, I just like when you've painted as much from life, and I'm not saying I don't know, I truly don't know how much you have or not. But I think when I started to really realize the difference between photos and from life, it you could like feel it, you know. You could feel the difference in what you're looking at and how you perceive it, and how much differently it feels actually painting them. But it, you know, it's also just really hones in on the colors that you see as well. Yeah, and obviously that's just a different path, right? Right. I'm pursuing painting as a skill, right? Hi, Drew Holt. Right. My whole concern, what I'm striving to be is as good of a painter. And I intentionally don't use the word artist. Not too wide. Maybe not. Thank you, Carlos. So lots of oil paintings yesterday at a gallery, and the whole time I was thinking Nick could do better. Well, thank you. That's how you know I've truly poisoned you. I just, you know, Drew, just touching on that point though, I feel like I'll say this. This is not meant to be critical of anybody particularly. but it's just like a... That's way too fucking dark. This is more a reflection on my opinion that a lot of people don't value highly the skill of painting. My name's Nick Odorous. My Christian name. I feel like people don't really, a lot of artists, you know, focus on the message, and that's perfectly fine. But I think it kind of lacks a lot of execution because, you know, they're not practicing the skills to kind of do what I think they see in their head, right? I don't know if I agree with... I think they're the easiest to paint with, Penman, in my opinion. My experience with acrylics is only with miniatures. But yeah, so like if I had to criticize like the larger like art communities or, you know, gallery stuff that I've seen, is that I feel like a lot of people do not get the opportunity to realize their vision because they lack the skill to do it. And maybe that's a bitchy thing for me to say, but that is an opinion of mine. Because I see people with wonderful ideas, but then like I feel like their paintings are like there's a lot less effort put into them, or it denies them creativity. Like, so think about, I would say the most compelling argument I can make for increasing your ability as a painter is how it opens up your creativity if you're more confident in your skills. I feel like I'm putting the cart before the horse. Yeah, well, because like you see yourself wanting to do these like advanced, cool setups and stuff, but if you like can't paint it well, or a painting that'll take you 200 hours versus like 30 hours, there's so much to be gained by increasing your skill, right? Just between output, creativity, and just like the impressive nature of what you're doing, right? And I will say, I think a lot of painters default to other things because they don't want to work on the skills, or they don't enjoy painting as a whole. They like creating something. Yeah. Agreed, Richard. You could just always wipe it or paint over it, essentially. So, like, I know that's kind of like I guess that's kind of a somewhat mean opinion, but like, that's like my observation when I did that thing, you know, by me. I saw a lot of people who I think could do a lot more with their ideas if they could execute things better. And that's fair, you know, that's fair, Sean. So like I always though take an approach of what will make me a better painter first and foremost. Now obviously I do pretty complicated setups. I want to do more, and I do enjoy that aspect quite a bit. But when I do a painting, it's true, like my first thought usually is like, how does this, like, what should I be working on while I paint? And it's probably to the detriment of some of my results, right? Straight up is. Just a canvas sheet, Penman. Drawing is the nuisance part. I think it's just all the traditional stuff, Sean. Because I've seen people say that about drawing. I've seen see that about painting. I think it goes for most traditional things, right? I think a lot of people get into it and then have trouble facing the challenge of the grind. God damn it. All right. I gotta find a thumbtack. I gotta find where that one fell off. Oh, right where I had a bunch of shit. Can't see where that tack fell. 1 second. 1 second. Of thumbtacks that I can never find when I fucking need them. And I don't know where they are. Ugh, okay. So I got a nail right now, and I got a... If I really need to, I got a laundry clip. Okay. That will work good enough, I think. I will not, you son of a bitch. Who's RVK again? Sean? Ruprecht von Kaufmann. What would your... Where do you think I learned to speak like this, Maddie? The greatest living artist. I think you talked about them before. Yeah, oh, then I saw it. Then I saw it, Sean. Yeah. Fuck. Have you thought about layering different colors on it to make your painting like psychedelic? I mean, you're talking about glazing, and no. I'm pretty just, like I said, only pursuing being able to make a confident brushstroke in the color that I want, in the shape that I want, right? That's what I'm working towards. So I don't really play around with other shit. Right? I sum up what I'm pursuing is having the ability to make a brushstroke and convey the most amount of information as possible. And that's, you know, that's part of it, right? I'm not trying to, like, well, it's like an intentionality, right, Penman? Like, Kind of like someone give the German Kim Jong-gi some oil paint. I just learned about him the other day too. I had no clue who that was until like 2 days ago, Sean. My favorite painter is John Singer Sargent. Well, Sean, I wasn't in this world until, like, really, I didn't even look up painters until, God, 3 years ago. And I was never really looking into, like, illustrative or drawing based. I was looking at oil painters. Zorn is my number 2. John Singer Sargent is my number 1. Well, Carlos, look up Anders Zorn right now. Look up Ilya Repin, ILYAREPIN. Karen Offutt is one of my favorite alive painter. I believe it's OFFUT. Karen Offutt. I also like Morgan Wiesling. There's a guy who I used to like, but he turned out to be a fucking Trumper, so I just like... I'm not even gonna say his fucking name. A plein air guy. You're talking about the guy I don't like, or you're talking about just I don't even want to bring the guy attention, but I'll tell you if you want. Last time I saw, because I unfollowed him on Instagram, it was like Eric Jensen, I think his name was. Or Ryan Jensen. But he, like, into Trump's second term. Now, this was before it even got worse. But he was, like, standing Elon during Doge and shit. And I saw that. I didn't know. He was a big, like, Trump supporter. So, but I unfollowed him since then. I haven't seen any of his shit. How can artists be like that? In my mind, most artists are. You'd be surprised. There's actually there's a contingent of pseudo leftists, the ones who are like into holistic medicine, and the people who follow Robert Kennedy, who's our current head of the health department, who are aligned politically more with the right than you'd expect. Like the raw milk drinkers, the anti-vaxxers, they are more aligned with the right. I think that needed to come up a little bit earlier. First time about his movie and he was all crying. Yeah, it was a sweet video. It makes him, he's very likable. Carlos. Zoe Frank. Can you post those in the Discord, Sean? Yeah. They exist. It was cute. Well, and you gotta realize he's one of the biggest YouTubers out there, but he seems genuine. I think this head's just too wide, huh? Having problems seeing that. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Sean. But as an alpha male, I have a problem with that. Sean, you might have to go to new alpha male education classes. Re-education, yep. Yeah, you're gonna need to. Sean, you are now officially assigned to alpha male re-education. You're gonna have you have to pay the money. You have to pay the money and sign up, Penman. Penman, if you want to become the alpha male you were born to be, you're gonna have to put up the money. I might, Penman. Nope, Richards, you gotta buy the class, okay? Now, part of the class is about reposting my clips. My stream clips, where I say awful shit, 30 to 40 times. Shifters, where are they shifting? So this is an actual line of books, Mud? Is it related to Animorphs or whatever? Oh, it's all a subgenre? Okay. Gotcha.
guy stinks!
I don't stink. Alpha males don't stink. Alpha's reek. Nope. You're gonna have to pay for the class, Richards. You're gonna have to take the red pill, and you're gonna have to pay for the class. Fuck it, man. God, every time. Every time. Nope, nope. I'd be the alpha. I'd be the leader of the alphas. I'd be the leader of the alphas. I'd rule mercilessly. I would be the leader of the alphas. I used to know a lot of the Greek alphabet. I probably still do. Not that I knew how to use them in like writing, but they were used in engineering as symbols for engineering stuff a lot. I do, Maddie. I rule mercilessly. I make examples. And all the Stoics, though. She. my god! Alright, I need to start putting in some big strokes here. We need to start putting in some major different strokes here. For different folks.
I be stroking.
Goddamn right, Salt. I'm taking extra precautionary measures, Maddie. I've taken extra precautionary measures. This might be too bright. I'll call you Augustus Galoo. Maddie is now known as Augustus. That's Maddie's alpha male name from now on. Gus for short. Nope. God, that does not seem bright. Nope, you have to stay. Salt, you gotta stay. You know the rules. Nope. You both gotta stay. For the alpha male course. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Alright, fine, but you're gonna have to make up your alpha male homework. We're all on the path of alpha males. Don't forget to take your red pills before you go to sleep. Oh my god.
I said good day!
Good day, Nene, you two. Nene Mud, Nene Salt. Was there that many kids? I thought there was only 5 kids. Don't care how I want it now. There is 5? Isn't there 7 deadly sins? Roald Dahl. A lot of his books had really creepy overtones because he actually put children in danger. And there was a lot of themes of abuse, specifically towards children, in a lot of his films. But that part of what made his stories great is the children were actual characters that had stakes or actual, you know, actual issues. Roalddahl, I believe. I read a lot of his books growing up. A lot of his books. I want it now. Mike was Sloth? Wonka was Wrath, Envy, and the Grandpa. I'm not a huge fan because the whole religious overtones were a bit much in him. I actually had to read a few other of his, was it Carol? What's his name? I had to read some of his books when he was in a theology class. The guy couldn't make up his mind about religion. But he had one of the coolest friend groups of all time. So did you know that I think it was like C.S. Lewis. It's C.S. Lewis was his name. C.S. Lewis was in a friend group with two other really influential people. Does anybody know who two? One of them's easy. The other one's extremely difficult if you don't know it already. Like, they would meet at a pub and, like, hang out and argue with each other about religion. Does anybody know who C.S. Lewis, the writer of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, best friends were? Mark Twain? Nope. This was in the UK, Richards. This was in the UK. Mickey Mouse? Nope. Two of the most interesting men in modern history. The answer is J.R.R. Tolkien is the easy one. The second one is one of the most interesting men I've ever learned about, and his name was G.K. Chesterton. G.K. Chesterton. I've actually done a portrait of him before. G.K. Chesterton. G.K. Chesterton. He was like a 350-pound, tall guy for like the time period. He was like a foot taller than the average. He was one of the original voices of the BBC. Very interesting dude. But like extremely witty, like, you know. Yeah, English writers, and they basically meet at the bar and argue with each other about shit. And that's why a lot of them, a lot of it had to deal with theology. So C.S. Lewis, who did The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, notoriously went back and forth between atheism and Christianity quite a bit. He wrote a book called The Problem of Pain when he basically lost his wife. I had to read it in a theology class in college. G.K. Chesterton is not really taught about, but he was extremely influential in early media. Like I said, he was I think he was the OG guy in the radio for the BBC. Don't care how. I want it now. English chat from the past, probably G.K. Chesterton. It probably is G.K. Chesterton. He's an interesting fellow. Like I said, I did a portrait of him, but he was just like this really intelligent guy. Like I said, he was like, I think he was like 6'5" or 6'6" and 350 pounds, when most people were like 5'5" or 5'4" and like 140 pounds. And just extremely intelligent and witty, and like one of those guys who just didn't suffer fools. Who's John D? Kind of the Silent Planet, but he was listening. There was 2 other books that made up a trilogy. Interesting. Oh, I was expecting, yeah, John D's. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting somebody to be like, D's nuts. God damn it, Maddie. Maddie, I hate your humor. Just the worst. Interesting. I've never heard of those, Amizu. Oliver Cromwell. And the... Oh, a long time ago. Interesting. They have some interesting painters like John Constable and William Turner, who did some legitimately, great stuff. And they're some of the most famous painters of all time, like worldwide. So were he and John Kelly. Interesting. Like early Mormons. I have never heard of these, Omizu. Huh. So they were early Republicans. No, wait, never mind, because they would have slept with each other if they were Republican. Interesting. Based. Interesting. No worries. It's always interesting to learn about stuff. How about John Steinbeck? Not familiar. Who currently do you find interesting? In what way? What do you mean, like, I find interesting? We're talking about painting, though, or just in general? If we're talking about just in general, who would that be? Who would that be? Erica Kirk, kind of. I guess all my, everything about, like, political. So a lot of the assholes politically. Probably anything politically. Markiplier, like in his movie. Thoughts on Odd Nerdrum and his... I think it's really stupid, Sean. I won't mince words. I think, like... I don't agree with his style of teaching. I don't really agree with, like, kind of like the... From my understanding, kind of like the lack of free thought. Like, I don't think that's a productive way of teaching and just creating, like, disciples. But I just don't agree with, like, that methodology of teaching. I think it's just not, like, I just don't think it's a good way. Yeah, I don't think anything like dogmatic way is a really terrible way to teach. Because you're not teaching people how to do anything, you're teaching people how to copy. And with that in mind, I just can't get behind anything. Like, teaching in absolutes on a skill is kind of ridiculous to me. I would teach. If somebody wanted to learn from me, but I'll tell you this, I don't think a lot of people would enjoy, remember we talked about this? I don't think a lot of people would enjoy learning from me. Exactly, Sean. Well, that's the thing, Amizu, right? Like, but like, you know, I don't know, I'm a broken record, right? With like what I tell people, but right? How many times do I tell people to do? And it basically, because I'm doing what I would teach, right? I am currently doing what I would teach people to do. I haven't seen Whiplash, but from what I know. Yeah, but Monica is very particular, and I think we align a lot in how we think about things, Maddie. So, like, I think the question of teaching, though, is how would I teach, like, and everybody learns differently, right? So, you know, fact of the matter is, the skill of the teacher is not how they can, like, teach one. It's how they can teach the average. Right? At least that's how I view it. I think I'd actually enjoy teaching. But that's not what I want. I'm pursuing, you know, it on my own. Think like a tree. Well, you know, like I said, I don't think I truly don't think I'd be for everyone. I think I think my method of teaching would not give, like, see, the issue I think my teaching would have, I'll tell you what my biggest concern would be, is that it wouldn't give people the results they'd want quick enough. That's what I think it. So that's why I say, like, I think it would take a particular set of people. That's where this is so fucked. Well, how I would teach would, you know, I mean, Maddie, think about the things I've told you already, right? Like, I do kind of just say, do it and get the experience, right? And then reflect on it. It doesn't, but a lot of people want it to be, right? That's why a lot of people start painting and then don't continue. Right? And then here's the other thing. I'd be skeptical of myself because just because my teaching, I think I've made good progress with how I paint, but does that mean other people would be, and how would I adjust for that? Most likely, Sean. Frank O'Kane, who would the paint. Yeah, I like, but that's literally how I would not, you know. I mean, that would be the root of it, right? Impressionistic philosophy. Gotcha. It hates everybody. It's a ruthless thing, Amizu. The mass drawing part is fine, but with paint, is there a problem with turning the mess and be discouraging? People would just have a mess because... Well, you know, I would still teach them how to mix colors and be just decisive. So there'd be aspects of like, if I was like starting them from scratch, right? Of being like, do things deliberately and live with what you did, right? And reflect on it. So, I think I made things a little bit too bright in places. How to be an alpha painter? Yeah. No, it's gonna be about 500 per week that you all have already signed up for and have 1 year has been taken out of all your accounts. Yep, it's already been taken out of all of your accounts. Maddie paid for 2 rounds. Maddie paid for 2 rounds. Oh my god! You're not gonna get a refund, Maddie.
Son of a bitch!
You're not getting a refund. I need that money. Oh, what the fuck? Fucking ugh, I need more yellow.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, hooray! Welcome in, Jason Enos. Welcome in. How you doing? Jurgen the Defiler, welcome in. Welcome in. Get on in here. Give us those links. before I burn this place to the ground. And I will. I'm lighting the Molotov right now. Give me those sweet, delicious links. Oh, you're calling my bluff? Give me those links. You don't want to see what will happen. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Am I getting out alpha'd? Fuck. Getting out alpha'd. You just talk about Molotovs? Interesting. Not a commission, but since it's in it's just nice. Yeah, or share your Instagram, you know, all that stuff. Good. Let's see. Oh, great work. Interesting ref, too. Well done. I told you, Richards, for the last 30 days, I've only been eating raw beef liver and raw milk. That's the diet of an alpha. Oh, fuck. And crap thunder. Exactly. I have been constipated for those 30 days, except for a bad case of listeria I got. But that's how you know you're an alpha. Also 3 cases of salmonella. Oh, very much. You know, because as an alpha male, you can't eat fiber. Fiber is weak. As an alpha, absolutely no fiber. Nope. Not a, Anthony is not a, Anthony is definitely not an alpha. So expensive. Well, thank you, Jurgen. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Welcome back, Jason. No, it literally did nothing for us. It fucked farmers over. Feel like my values are off a bit, fortunately. If I move to France, I guess I'll have to become a rabbit hunter. Well, they eat pigeon. I mean, pigeon originally was like a big thing in Europe. That's why it was brought over to the United States in the first place. I don't know if I like this skull. I don't know if I like it, everybody. I don't know. Eye socket's darker. Not what I'm seeing. Except for maybe like this mark, maybe. Do you listen to music while you paint? If so, what do you listen to? If not, what's your favorite song? I don't listen to music. Sometimes I listen to podcasts. A lot of time recently, I've been listening to nothing. Sometimes I listen to sports as well. But sometimes podcasts, but not. It's just when I'm in the mood. I've had periods where I've listened to podcasts a lot. Any miserable paint tubes. Good. Oh, fucking shit. Cock. Cock. Let's see. Last podcast on the left. I listened to a couple old ones that are out of date. One called The Teacher's Lounge. The other one called Blame It on Outer Space. I like We Hate Movies a lot. I like a lot of like improv comic stuff. For my podcast. Hello from the Magic Tavern. Yeah, if you look at my early Instagram, I did, when I was a worse painter, but I did portraits of Ben Kissel, Marcus, and Henry. There you go. Dungeons and Daddies. I'll have to check that one out. I've listened to like the Adventure Zone before. I've listened to a lot of Adventure Zone, at least their earlier sessions. And I enjoyed that quite a bit. I don't know if I should just stop it here. I see some stuff. Thank you, Sean. For some reason, it just, you know, and I think it's just because I don't have my colors. How you doing, Blind Coyote? Good evening. Oh, good evening. Maybe we could do that. Thank you, Jurgen. Thank you, Coyote. Playing with oils. What color did you swap out in the Zorn palette? Every single one. So, Blind Coyote, the OG Zorn palette is lead white, yellow ochre, vermilion, and ivory black. Okay? All the colors are very warm. It's a difficult palette to use. Because of that, your color range is very limited. So this palette is...
Stop whining.
I ain't whining. Is titanium white. Titanium white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole red, and lamp black. Lamp black. Lamp black. So lamp black is more blue. Titanium white is more blue than lead white. Lemon yellow, self-explanatory, just a neutral, saturated yellow. And yeah, it could produce a lot more greens, even purples. You know what I didn't do? I didn't really go into purples today. I could see what type of purples. I have like no white left over though, and I don't really want to put more out. So you want to know a secret, Blind Coyote? It does. It takes about 2 weeks to dry to the touch, especially because I'm using titanium white, which is also a long drying pigment. So so what you were using is what is called an Apelles palette, Blind Coyote. Apelles was a Greek painter who used a white, yellow, red, and black. And the Zorn palette is a subset of an Apelles palette. Okay. Secondarily, CAD-free pigments are not like cadmium pigments that they just like took the cadmium out. There's no such thing. They're just hue colors that they kind of overcharge you for by using the term cadmium in there. They're nothing special. They're just usually pigments like the same pigments like these that they just call cadmium free. I don't recommend getting them either. If that helps with you at all. Yeah, I refer to it as a marketing scam because it is. So just FYI, be careful about that. What you could also use for anybody new in here, you can use Badly Made, the best brand I've ever encountered. Okay, everybody, is Badly Made Paints. Okay, they are a sponsor of mine. I sell them in my fourth wall shop. They're made from the finest artisan in Northern Illinois. Badly Made Paints, everybody. Shut up, Omizu. Shut up. Feel like that's too these nuts. It's totally criminal what this man does. Shut up, Omizu. I won't say it again. Blind Coyote, thank you for the follow. I guess I really want to put in these brush marks. Thank you, Blind Coyote. But yeah, I make and sell my own paints, if you didn't catch my joke. Because our paint industry is bullshit. And I hate it. And so I decided to make my own paints. So I make and sell watercolors, oil paints, and oil pastels. Well, thank you, Jurgen. I also try and charge as little as possible for them, so... What's that guy's name on YouTube? The painter? Which one? Oh, Kadima? Yeah. Yeah, he's very talented. All right, we're gonna see if I can do this how I want to. Yeah, he uses a lot of bad paints, but it's part of his shtick. He's done a few videos on like student grade for professional, and of course you can get good results from student grade paint. That's not the reason why. You don't use paint because you think it's going to make you like a better paint because it's like it instantly increases the results, right? Use better paint to make painting easier and to make sure your paintings last as long as they can. Kadima, though, I believe is sponsored by Gamblin. Or he has some type of additional paint sponsorship. This helped a little bit. Offer sponsorships. I have given one set of watercolors to somebody who did make some posts online, but it literally led to nothing. I can't really afford to sponsor people right now with my oil paints. So, maybe in the future, though. Is that good or bad for you? No, I didn't get any sales from it. But it was only the few people I could get into contact with, and I had to ask a favor of a friend that I didn't want to like kind of do again. Well, good. Instagram can be very slow. I figured you were. You repeat those notes one more time, but I saw a little YouTube video on it, Jurgen, and so the whole CKY shit got stuck in my head from Viva La Bam and Jackass. Yeah. Well, you've had it for a while, Muse. I think you were the first one who ordered, too. You gotta get on that, bud. What are doing, Amiza? Do you talk to them at night? Oh, nice, Amiza. That's good. Nice hanging with you, bud. Nice talking with you. Hope to see you again. Or else. Okay. All right, I'm going to call it on this one. That's it. We're done. I don't know if I like it. Check that I see one more thing I want to do. Almost calling it. Possibly. It could grow on me. I'll look at it tomorrow. I kind of like the background, and I like the yellow guy. I just don't know if I like the skull. But it is like a limited palette, so... Lamp black is a little bit interesting because it's like not as dark. It's really just not as dark as it mellows out relative to ivory black. It's weird. All right, let's clean up. And I do wish I did put this on a better canvas. But that's whatever. Alright, for sale, if anybody wants it, only 3 easy payments of $1 million. Okay? 3 easy payments of $1 million. 1 payment per week for 3 weeks. Alright, everybody? Who wants it? That's a bargain. That's a bargain, everybody. Why aren't you all raising your hands? Why aren't you all raising your hands? Well, here's the thing, Richards. If you start collecting my paintings now, the moment somebody buys it for a large amount, all my paintings will be worth that. All my... So once Maddie and Jan are conspiring to kill me. I know this, and they'll probably be successful. So just know that after I get assassinated, these paintings are going to be worth 50 times their weight in gold. Sounds good, Amizu. You want the lipstick one? I like that one. I like that one too. And it's good and disturbing. But I have to say, everybody, you guys are missing out on one of my normal things. No de-wiping today. No de-wiping today, everybody. The D is going to go unwiped. What? Maddie, I wasn't using lead. I did touch other shit though. So there could be an argument to just do it anyways. What's your question, Jackal? Fine, I'll de-wipe. I'll de-wipe. But I'm not gonna go. Coyote, lead is not as dangerous as you may think it is. So lead is most dangerous for developing brains, aka if you're basically 29 and younger. But lead white is the single most archival pigment you can use. Okay. Can I shadow puppet? Oh my god. You said you don't use solvents or anything. How do you care for your brushes? Like this. A jar full of oil makes the medicine go down. A jar of my brushes. I got it sitting on my palette. I never wash my brushes. Not for different colors, Jackal. So, I'll usually just mix the next color with that palette and I'll just figure it out to get to the color I want with the paint mixed in there. If I need a really clean color, no, not for bristles. For, if you wanted a really, let's say I made like a pristine green, Jackal, and I wanted to paint that, what I would do is I would mix some on the brush. So I'd like wash the brush in the paint, wipe it off, do it again, wipe it off, and then the brush is good to go. So you could prep your brush by mixing it into some of the paint if you need a really, really clean color, which is very rare. Now, the one thing I kind of do at times, Jackal, is I have a light and dark brush. I have a light and dark brush. So I have one for the brights and I have one for the darks. You know, I'm just telling you what I do, right? But the fact of the matter is, Jackal, is most colors are desaturated that you look at, okay? So, like, I got this yellow with just using a brush, you know, like what I talked about, right? I like everything you see here was done like that. And the only thing I really kind of cleaned the brush on were for the brights, the bright highlights in there. So, like, point being is, you very rarely can you like mix a new color and not get what you want even with a dirty brush. I don't wash them either. I keep them in a jar of oil. Do I like? Oh, okay. You're talking about Tuamizu. I don't want to put soap in my brushes because that's a quick way to ruin a painting. Is not washing out your brushes enough and there's soap residue in there. Let me get this because my phone's running out of battery. Okay. All right, we gotta find somebody to raid. That's posted in the Discord. And you also paint straight onto a white canvas usually, right? Yeah, I have been doing that for a long time. It is easier to work on a stained canvas, so I'm actively making it more difficult for myself. But I'm doing this to help train myself to see color better. If you insist on cleaning your brushes, Poison Jackal, at the end of a session, well, during a session, if you insist on cleaning out your brushes, jar of oil, clean it in oil. At the end of a session, you can clean it in a cheap vegetable oil if you want, but then make sure once you clean out your brushes with a cheap vegetable oil, then you rinse it in linseed oil, or you dip it into linseed oil, wipe it through, and do it again, just to make sure that there's no remnants of the vegetable oil. Make sense? So, okay, if you can't keep them in oil, then do this. And you insist on cleaning your brushes, I take it. That if you have to do it, this is what I would recommend, okay? Clean them in vegetable oil at the end of your session, right? Get the paint out of the brushes as much as you can. And then use soap and water a lot, and then rinse it thoroughly. Rinse it as thoroughly as possible. But then don't put oil on the brushes unless you know you're going to use, like, don't put linseed oil in them until you use them the next time. But then when you start the next day, rinse them in linseed oil before you use them a couple times. Okay? But also, the other thing you can do, what was I going to say? Lost my train of thought. Is there anything else with brushes? Oh, that's what I was going to say. Well, it's just making sure that you're making sure that there's no soap residue in your brushes. You know, that's the thing. You don't want soap to mix with your paints. It will fuck it all up. But if you have dried oil in your brushes are recoverable. All right, Jackal? So if you have a brush that's dried solid with oil, you can save those brushes. You all right? But if you run into that, just let me know. I'll tell you what to do. Because I don't know what chemicals you have, but I could tell you what works here, and we could look up similar ones that are available to you in the made-up land of New Zealand. New Zealand's a myth. All right. I gotta find somebody to raid. I knew it. You and Greenbag. All right. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's see. Do we have any friends on? Not a lot of friends on. But we'll raid. K-Hart, I think, raided me the other day. Oh, Ches is on. I haven't raided Ches in a long time. Let's raid Ches. I don't know what Ches is doing, but whatever. All right, we're raiding Ches Roz. They're petting a cat right now, so it's very compelling content. Join the Discord. I need subscribers on YouTube, so if you find it in your heart, please subscribe. Richards, you have a great night. Omizu, Maddie, Poison Jackal, Pickles, Shasta, anybody who's there. Hope you have good nights. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Catherine, a pleasure. Have a wonderful night. Omizu, Richard, Sean. If anybody needs anything, message me on Discord. That's where I update my next stream. And my next stream is probably going to be Saturday. I got shit to do tomorrow and Friday. But Saturday might be the start of my big pervert painting, my next big pervert painting. So if you're into perverts and painting and you want to see the combination of the two, check out the stream on Saturday. Okay? And I know you're all vile perverts anyways, so. With that, we got 8 seconds. Nini, till next time. Bye-bye.
She has a pen. Merlin, hello.